This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, everyone, welcome. Call the meeting order at 1:06 p.m. Start with the territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, and Katzie nations. Unceded means that these territories have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we're currently situated on occupied territories. Start with a roll call. Please, when I call your position, please give your name, pronouns, and access needs. And access needs are anything that you need to be able to either more fully engage in the meeting, or things that could prevent you from engaging in the meeting fully. And it could be things that the group can help with, or external things that could impact stuff. So some examples are like a noisy background, poor internet, unstable internet, anything like that. Or asking someone to speak more clearly, or speak up louder, if possible. That's good. And we should all work together to help accommodate others. So I'll start with myself. I'm acting chair. My name is Corbett. Pronouns are he, him, his. As for access needs, medication, I ran out of some medication, anxiety medication that I only take, so I'm having some withdrawal from that, and so it makes it a little bit hard for me to focus. So I might be a little more all over the place with long-term. I'm focused with my discussion points today. So if you need me to repeat something, please let me know and I'll reiterate. Thank you. VP Events and Student Affairs, Ms. Vice Chair.
Hello, my name is Jess. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm just making food right now, so I might have to take my camera off and on throughout today.
Okay, thank you. VP External and Community Affairs.
Hi, it's Matt. My pronouns are he, him, his. Feeling really low energy and high anxiety this afternoon. So just trying to focus and be present. And if I need to, I'll turn my camera off. And if I need to ask clarifying questions, then I'll be doing that for today. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. VP Equity and Sustainability, Marie is, I don't think, in the chat yet, but she will be joining us soon. VP Finance and Services, Almas has posted in chat. VP Finance Services, Almas Fangura, she/her, access needs met. Thank you. Acting VP Internal and Organizational Development.
Hi, my name is Chloe. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met, but I'll probably just turn my camera off once in a while just for a break.
Okay, thank you. VP at University and Academic Affairs.
Hey everyone, my name is Serena. My pronouns are they, she. In terms of access needs, I might be switching my devices here and there just so I can get outside once today. Other than that, my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. VP Equity and Sustainability. Thank you for logging in, Marie.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry I'm late. Yeah, my name's Marie, pronouns she, her, hers. Access needs are met. Only thing is, I might look like I'm not aware of what's happening. I am. I'm just completing a motion, just finishing writing it. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Society staff, operations organizer.
Hi folks, my name is Aisha. My pronouns are she, her, hers. My access needs are met. Just flagging that I did send you folks out an email earlier right before this meeting, just letting you know that my capacity is low as I do have a lot of urgent tasks that need to be done today. So I will be in and out with this meeting and I'm going to try and be as present as possible. So if there's anything that you need directly from me, maybe just call my name out because I'm not necessarily looking at the screen.
Okay, thank you. Board organizer.
Hi everyone, this is Ella, she, her pronouns. My access needs are overwhelmingly met, but I, like Aisha, have so much to do this week. And with the executive retreat on Friday, I'm going to be in and out of this meeting, but I will be as present as possible.
Okay, thank you. Policy Research and Community Affairs Coordinator, I don't believe, BD, you are here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is BT Pronashia. Has my access needs are met?
Thank you. Administrative assistant.
Hi, my name is Fanny, pronounced she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. We also have a guest today, math coordinator. Mathematics coordinator, counselor. Sorry, not coordinator, counselor. My apologies.
Oh, hi everyone. My name's Ben. Pronouns he, him, his. All my access needs are met.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 4, consent agenda 4.1. Be resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. Are there any? Oh, well, so sorry, my apologies. I'll roll back up. We have another guest pop in, Gabe.
Oh, hi everyone. My name is Gabe Leosis. My pronouns are he, him, his, and my access needs are met. I might just turn my camera on and off, and I might not stay the entire time. But good to see everybody.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move back to council consent agenda 4.1. Be resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. Are there any objections to the items in the consent agenda? Oh, sorry, before I go into that, we'll say that the only item in the consent agenda is item 4.1.1, matters rising from the minutes. And these are 2 sets of minutes from exec from January 25th and February 8th. Are there any objections to those items in the consent agenda? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to adoption of the agenda. Item 5.1. Be resolved to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a mover?
Matt.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Jess.
Thank you, Jess. In discussion, is there any amendments that want to be made? Please list yourself. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add a motion under new business, and the motion, I'll type it in the chat, but the motion reads, or like the title of it is Associate Vice President and External Community Affairs Appointment. And basically the gist of it, I spoke to Ishana, who is the incoming VPX, and I wanted to appoint them as the associate vice president to kind of support on work that's going to be going on under my portfolio just until April 31st. So that is like the gist of the motion, and I'll put it in there in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Matt?
Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, Jess. I apologize.
Okay, I will amend the agenda to include a motion titled Exec Approval for Important Updated Sub-Safety Protocols to be Aware of. I'm creating the motion right now because I just found it in my email. So I will put that there for you in the chat for you, Fanny and Corbett.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, list. Sorry. I also want to add an in-camera discussion item titled SFSS Council Meeting.
Thank you. And I have a couple items I sent an email out to add to the list. So give me a second to grab what I said. So I'd like to add an in-camera discussion item called SFP invoice, and a motion called new mode subscription. And I'll post it in chat. Sorry, once again. Additionally, I'd like to add 2 new discussion items: SFS response to SFU's 2023 budget and SFU election referenda next steps. I think that's everything I needed to submit. Any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Okay, thank you, Marie. Okay, so we'll do that, all those amendments as a batch. Do I have a mover? Or actually, I'll move them. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Okay, Matt, thank you, Matt. Discussion on the amendments? The batch of amendments. Okay, seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, those amendments carry. So now we're back to the main motion of the agenda as amended. So take a little back to discussion. Sorry, Jess. Oh, yeah, this was the item you doing. Okay. Sorry. So any discussion items on the new amended agenda? Okay. No. So I'll move into a vote. Be it resolved. Sorry, this one I keep messing up in my head. Writing too many motions. So all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries unanimously as amended. The motion does. And we will move on to item 6, report from committees. 6.1, reports from executive. This is kind of a standard thing we do. Either we talk about what happened last week, but in this, I'd like to change it a little bit differently. And if you'd like to talk about stuff that happened last week, but I think it's also important for us to talk about what's going to happen, what our plans are for this week, or things that are coming up for meetings, or any important meetings that happened last week, or actions. And I'm happy to start myself. So a couple of things that happened. Obviously, last meeting was basically the elections and referenda campaign and such. It was a busy period for everybody. And we'll go into more on the actual discussion on the elections and referenda in our discussion item later down in the meeting. For me, outside of that, I met with staff and men around some HR matters, went to a staff meeting, went to joint operations group, did some admin work. Something that I also went to the No Cops on Campus meeting on yesterday to represent the SFS in that matter. So there is some notes that I can share with the exec around what was discussed, some timelines. They would like to bring a motion to council on March 2nd around SFS endorsement. So I'm going to be working with the group organizer the presenter to get that information out to council early. And then generally that was kind of it for me. The long weekend was very much needed and did a lot of sleeping, so I'm glad I got some rest on that. Yeah, that's generally about it for me. Jess, would you like to go next as vice chair?
Yes, from the top of my head, I was a really busy week, so I kind of am confused about what happened. Long council meeting, a long exec dev session, but in terms of my projects and personal plans, Aisha, Dipti, and I have the career building workshop for BIPOC students today, and then I'm going to be finishing up documents for Person of the Year awards. I also met with some MSc staff last week regarding in-person events during COVID, as well as building staff, and those are just what is happening as of current.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, I wanted to specify this week some stuff that's happening for me is have a working condition meeting, some project proposal discussions with staff, and the major exec retreat on Friday. Yeah, so also currently the council dev session has been canceled, so that time is open now. And I've announced that to, at least on Discord, I'll send an email out reminding counselors. Sorry, okay, next would be Matt.
Yeah, so last week was pretty crazy. I honestly don't even really know what happened last week because it's just like all over the place, but just kind of dealing with some like internal projects, just kind of communicating with staff on some stuff, doing a little bit of outreach from students around like specific concerns. So that was one thing. So trying to figure out how to host a meeting with some students, just to kind of go over that. And then we were in a lot of we had a COVID regroup meeting last week. And then so I set a meeting for this week with myself, John, Brianna, and Serena, just to kind of touch base on what we talked about in that meeting for bookable spaces for immunocompromised students. And then also students who live with immunocompromised people, since the sub is open if they want a place to study. So we're kind of looking at that. A couple other things after I'll be having a meeting with the incoming VPX later this week, just to kind of touch base and kind of outline, I guess, some training stuff just for myself and making sure that they're attending relevant meetings with me. So I guess like some shadowing up until the end of this term. So you'll probably see them around if they're sitting in meetings with me. That's why I also wanted to appoint them as my AVP for this meeting, which I think would be helpful. I'm starting the draft for some issues policies that I want to finish up. So I'll be tasking myself, Nim, and then the incoming AVP just to kind of hash those out, and then also circulating them with relevant exec. And then that's pretty much just like admin background stuff this week. And if there's meetings, then I'll be going to them, but that's pretty much what I'm working on. I know we're looking for some pictures for the sub activism project. So John proposed an idea that we're probably going to discuss sometime this week, and then trying to find some stuff for my just like some projects that I've been working on with BD once I get some of that documents back. Other than that, if anything else comes up, I'll notify exec, but that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Almas? So you're typing in chat, so I'll give you a minute. Actually, while you're doing that, we'll move on to Chloe, and then we'll come back to you. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so one thing I really want to do this week is get my committees going. So get started with governance, nominating, and the MMPC. Also, Marie, I wanted to touch base with you with like nominating committee, because I saw you made a really nice graphic about recruiting for the committees. And then also I had a question about first year engagement committee because I was appointed to that in the last council meeting, but we don't have a chair but I wasn't sure if I was because I don't think I was appointed as chair, but I was replacing the chair. So I'm just like wondering, Corbett, I think you'd have to call the meeting for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Cool, because I want to get that one up and going, and hopefully we can do something with that committee, like for a first year event or something like that before the semester ends. Other than that, I'm still just learning more about the VP internal role and like figuring that out and answering emails. And yeah, that's what I have going this week.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, hi, Kristen. I actually forgot to add a presentation item that I was asking Kristen to come into our discussion item, so my mistake on that for everyone. I'll introduce you and just we're just doing some exec reports, and then after that we can amend the agenda to add you in. Okay, so thank you very much. Marie, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So last week and this upcoming week, I've been working on getting together the BIPOC committee and the equity and sustainability committee. So me and Joe Sell have been reaching out to counselors, filling in counselor seats. And then this week we're going to be calling out for at-large representatives for both the committees. So it's going to be open from Tuesday and Friday for this semester specifically, but students can continue to register for the rest of the semesters. And then I've been working on outreaching some really amazing Black leaders in the community who are going to be doing like a 3-event series on Black History Month, but not only within February, but we're going to be doing it in March as well to kind of discuss like how we should be celebrating like Blackness and the Black community even after February. And then I've been working also on bringing a motion to exec that I'll bring in later. But it's basically providing funds for a really awesome Vancouver Black Library for Black History Month as well. So I've been working on that. I've been working on getting the plaque back from SFU to the SFSS, chatting with folks about placement possibly, and then also talking about SFSS logo within the stadium. So I've been chatting with Paul about that and outreaching and just seeing when's the best day for us to meet to like kind of see like best placement for the logo. So a lot of like really small things that are also really important for history related relevancy. So just doing that. And then later on, I'm hoping next week that I could start looking at the Out on Campus and Women's Center LOA to ensure that we're making it based on like the constituency. So yeah, those are a couple of things I've been doing, but that's about it.
Thank you, Marie. And I'll also read out what you wrote, Chad. I'm working on budget consultations now that the referendum has been approved. I'm also looking at setting up fast meetings since I have done majority of the work and need the team to meet for approval purposes. Admin has been a big part of my week, along with sorting work reports. Also, having been looking into Logista, getting an FIC rep on council. And lastly, my motion for $41,000 for International Student University is also going to council next week. Thank you. Okay. Did I miss anyone from exec? Oh, Serena, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Corbs. Let me see. I have so little memory of last week, but I think so. Accessibility Committee met and we discussed recommendations from the sub audit, and I think potentially like working with Plan Institute as well. So it was suggested that we get a presentation from them, which will be happening at the next AC meeting. We also had a couple of new members, so it was a lot of it was just used as like introductory and like how does like the committee work and that kind of thing. Same with like UAA, we got a couple of new like at-large members, so I'm looking to call a meeting for that soon, probably sometime in early March. So just so we can introduce folks to the committee, and I think probably just use that committee for some issues policies. Other than that, I met with some folks from out on campus and SFPERG about like the Care Kids planning, how that's going to work, and like how the SFSS is going to like help provide funding for that. What else? Just working on accessibility bursary stuff. Oh, the accessibility assistant hiring committee has been taking out most of my time, so the interviews for that are happening this week and next week, and just trying to make sure that everyone's accessibility needs are met, whether it be like ASL or captioning or whatever, has been taking up most of my time. I think that's it, hopefully.
Thank you, Serena. Okay, we'll move into the reports from staff, so from our executive, our administrative team. Jess, can you take over chair for about 5 minutes? I just need to step out. I'll be back. No, you didn't let us know you were eating. You were cooking food.
Hi. Okay. I swallowed
Okay.
really fast. Corbett, you can go. Report from management. John, are you able to go first? Because if you need to leave early, that's fine.
Yeah, cool, no problem. Thanks, Jess. So a lot of the things that I've been working on have probably been mentioned by exec here, just the different projects that are ongoing. But some of the key things just from last week, and like the most important items would be obviously getting the building set to reopen, and all the things associated with that with regards to the physical space distancing that we've done throughout the building, and also access control and custodial and things like that. We did a pretty extensive review with the architect and also with the director of campus planning with regards to where we stand on the capital project at the moment, and just seeing the little bits that are still outstanding with regards to deficiencies and where we're at with the general contractor. So that was another pretty big thing that's been done and quite significant and important. We also had a project request in with regards to kind of investigating retrofitting an adult changing table into one of the accessible washrooms on the east side or the west side of the 3rd floor. And so we've got some preliminary work done on that too. And we will have to go back to the accessibility committee just to get a little bit of funding approved in order to progress this further, because there will be potentially a couple of kind of structural things that will need to be addressed in order to proceed with this. So to get a full quotation, we'll have to do a little bit of exploratory work first of all, and then we'll be able to come back with the full quotation itself. In terms of priorities for next week or this week, the big thing really at the moment is there will be one meeting with IT, well, that's in relation to kind of the memorandum of understanding that's been discussed a lot. So we're hoping to get a bit of clarity, and I'm hoping by the end of this week we should be able to really firm that up, and that'll be it. We do have 2 building coordinators that are just out of the office at the moment for different reasons. So I will be taking on the building coordinator role as well. So that'll be the main priority this week, is keeping the doors open and the lights on so people can come and utilize the spaces itself. And yeah, so that's pretty much where we're at.
Thank you. And Aisha, for Matt report.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to, unless we want to go in camera to talk about some specific things, I will just highlight some things. And as usual, exec folk can connect with me offline, and we can chat about the more sensitive items that way. So we have about 9 HR/union related pieces that I've been working on. They seem to be growing, which is a little bit scary, but handling that. I've been working on a project that I ran by Corbett last year. I think it was actually perhaps brought up by Gabe. It was the Day in the Life of project, where there was a proposition for staff to kind of have a peek into the other's work portfolio. And so we're working on a proposal where once, and now that staff are back in the office, they can have the option to opt into this project, and we can pair them with another staff member of their choice, and they can have an idea of what their workday looks like, their workflow. This would really help us also in terms of hiring. We'd have staff who already have a general idea and interest in certain positions, really just a way to gather some empathy among staff for them to have an understanding of how each of their functions, fuel the machine that is the SFSS. So I've been working on that. We have procured a bunch of computers for staff, and they're on their way, which is very exciting. The rented laptops are going to be returned this week. And then we have extended a couple of other ones until next month. And then hopefully by then we would have already had our actual laptops up and running. So that's good. We have been working on probation reviews, regular and ongoing, for staff who are still on probation and in their probationary period. I've actually drafted the annual performance review for staff, and that's pending HRP approval. And once that's approved there, we can launch that for everyone to participate in. Our hiring committees have kind of already been chatted about, but I just got those up off the ground. We have some closing today. That's the temporary BSSC designated assistant job description. That's job. That's 6 months. And then we also have the admin assistant closing soon, and the generalist position closing soon. And that is where we're at. Oh, and as Jess has already mentioned, I'm working on a series with her and Dipti for the BIPOC career building series. So I'll be leading that today. And that's one of the reasons why my capacity is very low today. So just working on all those slide decks.
And I will just jump in. I can just jump in next. Okay, awesome. I have quite a bit to go through, everyone, so please bear with me today. So I will not have an update on the Vancouver office expansion today, but I will bring that forward in our next executive meeting. So I've been working on so far, obviously, the executive retreat that's happening this Friday. I have sent many emails out about that. So if you've received at least one email about from me about that, you should have a little bit of a background on what that's going to look like. But if you have any questions, please reach out. I've been mainly working on internal campaigns so far, but I have been doing some admin tasks like the performance review that Aisha mentioned, reviews plural, and working, obviously I'm on the admin assistant hiring committee, and just general admin tasks that have been coming down from VPs. I've been working with Chloe and getting her off the ground and set up. And I also have been meeting with Matt, Serena, Muriel, and Beatty, planning on 2022 lobbying and advocacy, and meeting with Chloe and Corbett on the action items for 2022, and also wrapping 2021 council action items for things such as policy review, and just making it a little bit easier for council. So this coming week, 3 main things are: 1, SOPs, again, reminders, folks, with the new executive team coming in and orientation on Friday, it would be really beneficial to get those SOPs done as soon as possible. And submitted into BD as soon as possible. The executive retreat is happening on Friday, and there are certain time slots. No, it's okay. I know it's been extremely busy. There are certain time slots for folks at the executive retreat to come meet, and then there's the end of day with staff. So please just look at that email if you haven't seen it already. And I just wanted to flag that the sensitive reporting session with Trish is on February 24th. So that is going to be really important for this society in terms of reporting sensitive issues. So please, if you can, if you're invited to that meeting, please attend. But other than that, I've been mainly working on like transition type tasks. And yes, that is everything for me.
Okay, thank you. I take over chair again. Thank you, Jess, for filling in for me. Okay, moving on to what I'd like to do. Well, yeah, we're next. Pending, we're supposed to move into new business, but I would like to amend the agenda to include a presentation discussion item from Kristen Linklater, or please correct me if I mispronounce your name. She's from SFU Communications and would like to have a discussion with us around SFS stuff going forward, and I think SFU going forward as well, correct? Okay, so I move that motion. Would do I have a seconder?
Jess?
Thank you, Jess. Discussion? Probably nothing, so I'll move into a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please unmute your mic, and I will. Sorry, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I will call you to record your vote. That passes. Thank you, and we will move right into that item. Kristen, welcome to the SFS executive meeting. Thank you for attending. Please introduce yourself, and we can start the conversation.
Thank you so much. Hi, Corbett. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for making some time for me on what is a very busy agenda. I really appreciate it. So my name is Kristen Linklater. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am the Executive Director of Communications and Marketing. And in addition to that role, I support Joy with some of her priority initiatives. One of the initiatives that I'm working on her with is she's looking to update the current strategic plan for SFU. So this is the document that states that our vision is being Canada's engaged university, and our priorities are engaging students, engaging communities, and engaging research. That plan right now is about 10 years old. It also doesn't reflect the time that we have recently been through. So we are feeling like it's the right moment to go out to our communities and hear more from them on what they think our purpose should be, what they think our values should be, what they think our priorities and major activities should be. So we're hoping to begin that sometime in March. We'd really like to, and we feel we have a responsibility to hear from students who have been through the last couple of years, who may be about to graduate. We want to make sure that we hear their thoughts before they do. So what I wanted to do today was just come to you and ask your advice. I'm trying to understand what would be the right ways to engage, the right ways to open a conversation with students. Any thoughts you have on, I mean, we would like it to be more of a conversation than a traditional consultation. We know we've had a lot of missteps in terms of consultation in recent years. So yeah, really just hoping to open it up and not take too much of your time. But if you have any thoughts or guidance on best ways to engage students in a conversation about what is effectively the future direction and future priorities for SFU.
Okay, thank you. If you have anyone wants to give feedback, please. Yeah, sorry. If you'd like some initial discussion discussion points or talking points, please list yourself.
Hey, Corbett, I'm just going to jump in. I listed. Thank you. Hi, Kristen. My name is Matthew. It's nice to see you here, and thank you for coming to our meeting today and making sure that you're taking the time to kind of hear what we have to say. So I guess some initial thoughts. I've been in a couple consultation processes over the years. One just like with SFU directly, just on like a number of issues, whether it's the First Peoples Gathering House, being asked like more student engagement on search committees for positions and things like that. And one thing that I've always seen is just, I guess, like the proactiveness and ensuring that student voices are centered. And I think, you know, when we're talking about the last couple of years, we've seen, you know, students who are most impacted through stuff that is whether it's COVID or at the beginning when COVID first happened and like with the Black Lives Matter movement. And now we're kind of moving into stuff that's happening with, you know, stuff impacting Indigenous communities, such as like the unmarked graves, and like that's ongoing. And that's just all been kind of like, I guess, like an ongoing theme in regards to like supporting students and how that impacts like their well-being and steps that are taken in towards like how that impacts their education. So I think, you know, steps that SFU is taking, I seen that there was like a toolkit to address, what was, Marie, do you remember the title of it?
I can't remember the title of it, but I'll find it.
Yeah, so there was like a toolkit to address calling in or something like that I seen. And I think that was being really, I think like that's important, being like proactive and, you know, making sure that SFU, I guess, is like becoming an institution that addresses, you know, hardships and actually like the realities that students face while they're in post-secondary and like their university experience. Like I'm an alum, so, well, as of right now, that's what Senate stated at least. But I think just moving forward, wanting to see more prioritization on like, you know, BIPOC communities and, you know, consultating with Indigenous students, because their feedback is going to be different from also Black students' experience, but also like Asian student experience when a lot of anti-Asian racism was happening as well. And it's like, you know, how do we address those things internally that impact the educational experience? Because when those things are happening in our communities, how can we focus on, you know, our education? How can we make sure that we're doing the best that we can do when we have these personal things kind of impeding on us, and then we're just supposed to focus on school and stuff like that? So how can SFU become more aware and culturally sensitive to the diverse and like unique needs, especially like international students? International students have been like, you know, really put through it all with the one increase of tuition, and then also COVID, having to learn remotely at like 4 a.m. And it's like, how do we address all of these like cultural shifts and stuff that's happening in the public sphere and how it's internally kind of coming into SFU? So I think the consultation process should, one, leave it open for students. Like, we've seen good feedback, and I'm just speaking on this from my own experience in regards to like leaving submissions, anonymous submissions, which probably will happen, but opening up to one, like I know ISC will have a different, like Indigenous Student Center will have a different way they consult with their students through either their own town halls and providing feedback and doing that outreach, and then also like stuff within like the Black community out as well as SFU, like making sure that they're doing their own outreach in their own groups as well. Prioritizing disabled and neurodivergent students as well. So like DNA and also, you know, sustainability, because those are all really big topics right now, and also international students. And like, how do we encompass all of that into where we want SFU to be? Because as of right now, I don't feel as though SFU has been supportive enough of these groups, and they've been really left behind. Because the institution doesn't make space. And I feel like we always have to continue to make our own space within the institution and really fight for that and push back. So moving forward, how do we encompass a campus that pushes back on, you know, ensuring that there's space? Like, because when we see BIPOC folks and marginalized groups folks succeed, then everybody is supported by that, you know? And we need to make sure that those are at the forefront moving forward, else we're not going to see change. We're still going to see harm. And to encompass those voices, I hope that that's done in a good way. One thing is making sure that for students, there's like some form of compensation or recognition that they helped in this. That's a big thing, because you're asking for their time and they have other things, whether it's school or family stuff. And I think just making sure that that's like a key priority because it's their experience. And sometimes that's really draining to kind of give that feedback, whether it's like emotional labor or just like labor in general and how they're asking to support. And then moving forward, that it's followed up on. Like updates are really, really, really important because sometimes we feel as though we give all this stuff to the university and there's no follow-ups. We don't receive anything outside of that. And it's just like, okay, well, where did this go? Like what happened with this? So the students who are involved, whether it's like a focus group or something like that, that there's updates to them through emails saying like, oh, this is what's been happening with the project. Because that's what happened. That was a big issue with the First People's Gathering House. There was no feedback. No one knew what was happening. And students were just, Indigenous students particularly, were just kind of like left to be like, okay, well, these decisions are being made like without us once again, even though they're asking for our involvement. So those are just like my initial thoughts and my personal feedback on like where I kind of want to see the university go so that harm isn't caused and a lot of the stuff is addressed so that, because ultimately the students who are here want to leave this place better than we found it. And that's something that I kind of want to also just mention is like my time here. I hope that stuff that we've been able to do or things like that kind of leaves it a little bit better for other students as well. So that's just my feedback and stuff that I would think would be really beneficial. But thank you for coming.
Kristen, are you able to repeat the question again?
Yes, hi. And thanks, Matthew. That's really, really helpful guidance for us. So yeah, we're looking to have a conversation with students effectively about the future for SFU. So some of those strategic elements around, you know, what should our vision be? What should our values be? We don't have clearly defined values right now. So we're looking to engage students in a conversation about that and looking for the best ways to create a respectful space, a safe space for students to participate in figuring out where we should head to next.
That's awesome. Thank you for clarifying again. And thank you, Matt, for touching on a lot of points that I also agree with. Gabe and myself, when he was president, I believe in early January, met with Lisa Ogilvie from Student Affairs, who is actually researching what student consultation is and what it should look like and who should it involve. And so I just want to reiterate, possibly even to you, what was helpful for Gabe and I to express to Lisa. I also got an update from her early February about how that's going. So I really suggest connecting with her because she's already also doing the labor on this as well. It was around student honorary recommendations. And so Gabe and I just talked about how important it is for, if you want to consult with students, that they should be paid, and they should be paid equivalent to what a living wage is, because living in the Lower Mainland is very expensive and be paid time for their labor and their work. Another thing that we mentioned was that if the topic is related to cultural experiences, that there should be forms of support in place during that meeting as well as afterwards for those students who may be triggered from the meeting. So for example, in the meeting, you can have a designated support person and then create a breakout room, whether it be in person or online, where that student can go to. And then afterwards, a list of culturally relevant supports, especially for BIPOC students who you choose to consult with, sent to them afterwards, as well as accessible meeting times. Sometimes students are unable to meet during the regular 9 to 5 hours due to classes, and sometimes we do have late classes as well from 4:30 to 8:30. So keeping that in mind when we ask students to come and participate. And then those were just some of the suggestions that we gave from the top of my head.
Thank you. 1 second, I'm just looking through the list. Chloe?
Hi, yeah. Thank you, Kristen, for coming to talk with us. I think that students will be really excited to have the opportunity to have their voices heard and to give their input on what values they want their university to stand on. I think Matt and Jess did a really good job on explaining what the consultation process should look like. But I think like what's also is really important is just getting the word around that this is happening, that SFU is deciding to change the strategic plan, because I think what I could see happening is students not being like, oh, I didn't even know that this was happening. So I think that like making a lot of students aware of this and getting the word out. So I think like we can definitely do some of that through council and letting counselors bring that information back to their DSUs so that students are more aware, and if they want to be involved in the consultation process, that they have the opportunity to.
Thank you, Marie. And then Ella is next after Marie.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, Kristen. It's really exciting that you're here and outreaching, really, which is really amazing to see. I think a really big thing when it comes to conversations in specific with students, it's really clear that SFU is going into this realm of like EDI. And I think a big thing that we've noticed is many times that those actions can be taken without proper consultation, especially since EDI is really spearheaded and sparked from Black and Indigenous liberation language. And many times we see folks infiltrated in these areas that do not represent those identities, and they're not centered on those identities. So if SFU wants to go forward in an appropriate realm of continuing to center EDI initiatives and their strategic elements when it comes to their vision and values, then I think it's really important to really center the Black and Indigenous communities, and doing that in a way that does not only extract their labor and that there's no wasted labor. Because I think a lot of times when consultations are done, or even committees or working groups are sparked on the end of SFU in order to better the treatment or to better the educational resources for students, and it typically centers like most marginalized folks recently. Many times that this labor actually goes nowhere. It just kind of creates reports or creates the basis of actually consulting, but we're not actually going anywhere with it. So I've experienced this at least in all of the SFU committees that I've been a part of, or almost all of the consultations that I've been a part of at SFU where I've been invited to like consult on these bases. Almost every single committee has ended with either the vision or the goal changing because we were actually going somewhere and actually about to change systems. But yeah, I think the last thing I want to see is like the continuation of waste labor. Like it's great that you can provide resources and finances to supplement for people's labor, but at the end of the day, if we're not actually using the recommendations they put forward, which I know like a lot of groups have, then we're actually furthering the harms and traumas surrounded around these systems. So I think one, if you're looking for consultation on this, make sure that you actually do consider the information that is provided. It's not just about, you know, getting people to pay for their thoughts, and like their thoughts are not just thoughts, it's like extreme lived experience. It's so relevant to them. It affects them so deeply. So moving in that way of that sensitivity of understanding, no, this is actually the lived experience of a lot of people. Secondly, I think a really big thing is if SFU wants to genuinely consult students on the basis of vision and values, they also have to do a lot of trust building with the communities that they've harmed this year. And that's going for like almost every single constituency group at the SFSS in terms of like their contributions. So really just don't waste labor. Biggest thing is consult the appropriate groups that need to be consulted, especially if we're talking about EDI. EDI has been built on the backs of Black liberation and Indigenous liberation organizers and movement organizers. It's important to consult those folks as well and really make sure that these people are at the helm of pushing this forward. And then, yeah, honestly, I think a lot of advice has already been given in terms of like what students want to see for the vision and values of SFU. I think it's just important to go back and like look at the advice that students have given in these consultation and outreach events or town halls or whatever that is, because I think students have been contributing. It's just about SFU just looking back and not really taking more labor from students, but just being like, okay, you guys already said this, we will implement it. And in that way, I think like a really good way to do that is maybe looking back at the contributions that already have been made, possibly making like a document for it, taking that document to groups and being like, hey, like, is this what you are good with? This is what you encompass. If there's any gaps that we need to fill. Because in that way, it shows that SFU is not only listening, but they're being really efficient in taking on the critiques or recommendations that groups have given in the past, which is a big thing. I think for the students, like student community at large, it would be so amazing if you could like bring something together and then maybe put out a survey or a town hall and have a conversation like on what students need, what students like want to see more of in the future, what students are ready like that's been being provided. Yeah, so those are the couple of things that are in mind. I'm sorry, that was really everywhere, Kristen, so my bad. But I'll send my email in the chat as well. If you want to have like a further chat about this or like need me to write a document on all the info we gave you, please let me know. I'm happy to do that.
No, that was amazing. Thank you very much. And I will absolutely reach out. I'm especially interested in kind of reaching some of those particular student groups. So I will connect with you for sure, Marie. Thank you.
Thank you. Ella retract her list. I was going to, my list was basically covered a lot by Marie, but I just want to reinforce, like, we've seen on SFSS, especially this year, where we're either involved in the ongoing, consultation type committees, and seeing them get effectively either sidelined or changed to the point where they're not useful anymore. So I just want to reinforce the idea that consultation needs to be clear on what they're seeking and that they need to be like useful and have some power to make changes. Because to us, consultation isn't just an information session. It's going to people to get feedback with the goal of making changes. And that means, especially on EDX stuff, that's often harder conversations from an organizational or institutional perspective. And so we wouldn't want them to react and start like trying to shut down those consultation processes. So just basically that these groups have to have meaning. They have to be understand there's probably be a lot of stuff that's going to be hard for the institution to want to change, or that they need to change, and that they need to accept that and not try to sideline. So, thank you. Question and comments for Kristen, or did you have any follow-up questions, Kristen?
You know, I'll put my email address in the chat. If anything else occurs to you, please let me know. I'd really like to do a better. I've been on some of those committees myself, so I know what you're talking about, and I'd really like to be a part of doing things better. So really, really appreciate the valuable input and the trust and honesty. And thanks very much for the time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for attending, Kristen, and give us opportunity to talk to you about these issues. Okay. Let's move on to item 7, report on motions passed between meetings by email. 7.1, purchase of up to 5,000 F95 masks, and it should be FN95 masks, my typo, my mistake. So I'll read that motion. Whereas the Executive Committee on February 8th, 2022 passed motion to allocate $30,000 from 816/20 COVID response to a new line item called membership PPE for the purchase of masks to be distributed to our membership. Whereas the Executive Committee can spend up to $5,000 on budgeted items as per the SFSS bylaws. Resolved that the Executive Committee approves spending up to $5,000 to purchase 5 F95 masks distributed to our membership. Be it resolved that the Executive Committee recommend Council to approve purchasing more masks for distribution to the membership. There were some mistakes in this motion. The actual line item is 861, not 816. I corrected that for the motion that we submitted to Council that passed. So we'll probably want to fix that. Maybe I'll figure out how to do that. But that was just that was an email motion that was passed between meetings. And new business. Now moved on to new business now. 8.1, funding for international students submitted by VP Finance and Services, Almas Fangura. I'll read out the motion. Whereas international students in Canada, do not have access to many loans and funding options like domestic students. Whereas the Vice President of Finance and Services has been looking for ways to increase funding for international students. Whereas the idea was brought forward by VP Finance and Services, and the Executive Committee has had discussions around the need for one such fund over the last couple of months. We resolved that the Executive Committee recommend the Council to set aside $41,000 or $50,000 for this funding/grant. I also suggest making it a referendum question for the AGM/elections next year to sustain this funding. Do I have a mover? Do I have a mover? Chloe, thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. One second. Okay, moving to discussion. Almas, are you able to talk more about this motion since you submitted it, or? Okay, do you want us to amend the motion? Oh, sorry, just for everyone in chat. Almas said she suggests 41,000. We had a discussion about this before in the last meeting, and one thing that wasn't decided on was the amounts. So would you like to amend the motion? And also you recommend a referendum for upcoming elections to make this sustainable. Yes. Okay. So just for clarity, Almas, would you like to amend motion? I can do it for you on your behalf. Okay, just give me, honestly, do you want, let's take a 5-minute break and I'll just reword this because there's a few other small things I'd like to like some spelling grammar stuff. We can take like a 5-minute break. That's all right with everyone? Okay. Just come back at 2:15, please, everyone. everyone. So I'll come back. Just finalizing some of the wording and just double checking some stuff with Alice. Okay, so I have made some adjustments to the motion, and I've posted it in the chat. I'll read it out. So first, I'll move to, actually before I do that, I just wanted to do a quick check as if I've missed any language issues, because you know, we always see grammar mistakes after we submit something as traditional. So I'll just give a few minutes for anyone that's here to just read through and see if I've missed anything, or I've put some, need to add some, like an extra the or something else to make it grammatically correct. Any comments or issues? If not, I'll move to amend the motion to replace the current motion with this one, and I'll read it out. Title: International Student Fund. Whereas international students in Canada do not have access to as many loans and funding options like domestic students. Whereas the Vice President of Finance and Services has been looking for ways to increase funding for international students. Whereas the idea was brought forward by VP Finance and Services to the Executive Committee, which have had discussions around the need for one such fund over the last couple of months. Be it resolved that the Executive Committee recommend to Council to set aside $41,000 for this funding/grant. Be further resolved that the Executive Committee recommend to Council to submit a dedicated student fee question for the fall 2020 or spring 2023 referendum period to make this funding/grant sustainable. I've moved that. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Any discussion on this amendment to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote on this amendment. Be it resolved, all in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Now we'll move back to the main motion, which has been amended. Is there any further discussion on this item? Questions, concerns, comments? Please list yourself. Seeing none, I will move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes. That motion passes unanimously as amended. Thank you. We'll move on to the next motion. New mode subscription submitted by myself. This is, give me 1 second. I have submitted a motion for this, and we will have to amend it because I didn't have a number at the time. Oops. Okay. So the motion reads, new mode subscription, whereas the SFS has used new mode for a number of advocacy projects this year, whereas new mode has multiple types of pricing plans, whereas the president has contacted new mode to discuss options, we resolve that the executive committee approves spending up to X on a new mode subscription. Be further resolved to reallocate X from line item 735/17 to a new line item in that department titled new mode subscription and include it in future SFS budgets. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie, and I of course moved it. So I'll just introduce this one. I did send an email out separately to executive committee with NEMO's pricing plans and options. There's a number of different ones. That's why I didn't have one pre-made, and I wanted us to spend a little bit of time discussing options. And unfortunately, the pricing is in USD, so we will have to put some bit of conversion and then also some contingency on top of that, just in case of volatility and conversion for whenever, if this passes and if the purchase is made. And so 1 second. I'll share my screen. I did check with them ahead of time. These items are not confidential, so we can share it around and it can be added to our documents. They just don't have it posted on their website, but they do give it out freely when you request it. Okay. So everyone can see that?
Yep.
Okay. So there's multiple different, there's annual pricing and monthly pricing. Monthly pricing obviously is more. There's different categories: digital advocate, campaign builder, organization, and network. Digital advocate is $99 a month USD. It has target emails and petitions and one live action. Live action is an aspect, whether it's like doing like a target email or if it's doing, sorry, maybe it's live action is one campaign, or it could be one item within that campaign. Marie, you can probably correct me on this because I haven't used new mode much. I've helped with it, but I've never actually set it up. And of course, they're all set most primarily in US, Canada, UK, EU, and Australia. And support is, for the lowest amount, is subscribe online and access to our knowledge base. So basically, teach yourself. And the term is annual. I believe the last couple sets we've used is under the campaign builder one, where we have up to 3 live actions, and it's about $350 a month USD. So probably closer to 400 or more Canadian. The main difference is we have up to 3 live actions. There's also additional one-on-one onboarding and continued supports after your campaign launches. The other ones higher up is up to live men actions and more for more money, basically $520 a month USD, or over $800 a month USD. Before I recommend any way to go, I wanted us to open up to discussions. I'll also go down to monthly pricing. So if you only did want a monthly pricing for 3 months, minimum 3 months, it's $129 USD each month, or $429, etc., and goes up for there. Advanced features has a lot of nice perks to it. Whether we use it all or not is entirely not a matter, but it's good to know that they have these. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we were using the campaign builder. Why is my camera off? Sorry. I think we were using the campaign builder one before because we were like, we knew that the whole 3 live action stuff. But yeah, either campaign builder or organization is fine from what I see. Just because it's really helpful when we have like the Google Analytics, just so how we know like where to engage with students further in the future, which has been really helpful, at least on my end, when it comes to like organizing. Also, many times we're doing like more than one live action at a time, like whether that's like a petition and an email campaign or something like that. So having the 3 or more option would be really helpful, but also the fact that like if you have one live on the website, and you're already like you have 3 that are on display on the website, you can't actually have more. So having one would be such a big problem. So we would have to like take them all down before we post another one, which is like tough to do. But yeah, either campaign builder or organization one looks good. I believe we were doing the campaign builder before, but I'm gonna confirm that. But yeah. Oh, also to note, like we've used this in so many of our initiatives this year and last year. Last year we used it for the Our Decision SFU campaign, where we used it kind of as like a petition basis and an email template. It's also been used this year for gondola initiatives. It's also been used this year for open letter signages and email templates being sent. So we've been using this for a very long time. It's a really great tool and tactic.
Okay. Ellie put in chat my thoughts, maybe campaign builder first and seeing when we need to scale up. Yeah, we could find a situation where we have like a default of campaign builder annually, and then we do short 3-month bursts for any if we need to go further for up to like I don't know. I don't know if that's the best way financially, but I think having at least some basic level is really good. The organizational one where it has a custom API would be handy, you know, if we had more technical people to help with more merging in tools and such. But for the most part, CRM and Google Analytics are probably good for us as a base as well. Any other points or comments? Oh, one thing I wanted to ask Marie, because you might have better ideas. Did we have a situation where we had like 3 active live things going, like from say multiple committees going on, or have we been able to stagger out campaigns either through good timing or luck, this sort of stuff?
There's been times where like we've had multiple of the live actions on the website and then we've had to take some down because like they were not necessarily active. Like the campaigns were basically finalized, so we had to take them down. But it's also like really beneficial to have those up as well, just so people can use from them and then use them from like the years before. So there's like less labor that goes into things. But yeah, we didn't really have a clash of issues necessarily. It was just like taking down a lot of like historical campaigns that could be beneficial for the future.
Okay, yeah, if there's a way for us to archive that with our own like information and reports and stuff, that would be also really helpful. One thing I'm thinking of is, okay, there's at least some identifiable campaigns that we know for sure will happen this year. This next council cycle. One being the municipal elections, right? There's going to be multiple elections going on all over Greater Vancouver, and that's putting out, encouraging GOTV or not so much GOTV in this case, but rather pushing for student voices and stuff in this campaign. If there's gondola funding issues, like if there's a group that organizes, I can fully see that happening in the fall or spring. Anything to do with the government's, the provincial government's, what's the word? The budget model for post-secondary institutions, the funding model. So I think there's definitely at least 3+ actions we could be doing this year. I just don't know when they'd be happening. We might be able to stagger them or not. So definitely campaign building makes most sense to me as the bare minimum. So, any other comments or questions? Would we like to go with Ella's comment, a suggestion of, or thoughts of start with campaign builder and then see if we need to scale up? Marie?
I just confirmed that we had the campaign builder one before, but yeah, I think we could just continue on with that one. And if we do need to upgrade, I don't think that that's going to be hard for folks to do later.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second to do some rough calculations. So doing so $349 from USD to CAD is roughly $450, and that times 12 months is $5,400. So that's outside of our amount we can approve as exec. So we'd have to either take this to council or switch to a different amount. And that's without any kind of contingency on like shifting based on US to the Canadian transfers, exchange rates, actually. So do we change this motion to recommend to council up to say $6,500? Go ahead, Marie.
Sorry, is this for this year?
Well, this would be going forward, like, yeah, for this 2020 to 2023.
Ah, got you. Wait, yeah, but I feel like we should definitely stick to the campaign builder one, and if we need to take it to council, that we should. But I think it's under 5,000, no? But is it the fact that it's US dollars?
Yeah, it's under, because it works out to be about $450 Canadian when you convert it.
Gotcha.
Just with today's amount, and that over 12 months is just over $5,000. And again, that's without any kind of buffer for changes in the exchange rate.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, lists, Chloe, you have a list?
Yeah, I agree that it should be brought to council, and also I think it'd be a good opportunity to let them know that this tool is available, like that, and that it's going.
Okay, so I am going to amend the motion then, because it's unfortunately will be outside of what bylaws allow us to do. And so give me a minute to just amend the motion. It won't take me too long. Like we could do at present like a 3-month one that exec can do, but a little bit more money. But unless we have an actual campaign plan for the next 3 months, that would potentially be wasted money. And we save more on the annual subscription. Just want to put that out in front of exec. Okay. So here's all of the section maybe. Um, sorry, change the screen and it ends up causing deleted it. Okay, so I'm going to type it out and out first. What is this? Okay. Okay, here's the new thing. So whereas the SFSS has used new modes for a number of advocacy projects this year, whereas new mode has multiple types of pricing plans, whereas the president has contacted new mode to discuss options, whereas the SFSS has subscribed to the, oops, shit, sorry, oh, apologies for swearing. Has subscribed to plan in the past. Whereas the SFSS, whereas the annual plan for this subscription is above what the executive committee can spend as per our bylaws, it resolved that the executive committee approved recommending to council to reallocate up to $6,500 from line item 735/17 to an line item titled new mode subscription for an annual campaign new mode subscription. Be it further resolved that this new line item is listed in the department budget for the future SFS budgets. Does that make sense? Any? Oh, sorry, I'm moving that. Any seconders?
Jess?
Thank you, Jess. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to move to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries. Now moving back to the main motion that's been amended, which is the motion listed in the chat. Any discussion items, please list yourself. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or consent, use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. That passes. That motion passes as amended unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item. Give me a second to move to my notes. Associate Vice President, External and Community Affairs appointment. Put that into the motion into chat just for everyone. Read out the motion. Whoops, thank you very much for Associate Vice President, External and Community Affairs appointment. Whereas Ashana Baran has recently been elected as the incoming 2022-23 Vice President, External and Community Affairs, whereas Ashana Baran has to commit to training prior to their term in office, and this will support their onboarding. Whereas the current VP, External and Community Affairs, Matt Provost, has ongoing projects outlined in their portfolio. Resolved to appoint Ashana Baran as the Associate Vice President, External and Community Affairs until April 30th, 2020. There's no April 31st. So friendly amendment, we'll just change it to April 30th because for calendar reasons. Sorry, one second. So do have a mover?
Matt?
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Chloe.
Thank you. Discussion. Actually, Matt, would you like to introduce the motion as you are the mover and you submitted it?
Yeah, so just kind of, it's outlined pretty clear, but I thought this would be a good opportunity for Ishana to kind of work on and get some stuff passed on in regards to the VPX portfolio, and then also attend meetings and things like that for onboarding. This would be like kind of on top of their onboarding, but then they would also be able to get the co-curricular record for this as well. So I thought that would be really helpful just to support the onboarding session and kind of learn what I've been doing this year. And then so I'll be able to facilitate that training. I think it'd be good for them to attend meetings that I regularly attend every few weeks. So I think that would be helpful. And then also just making those connections prior to being in office. So making sure that if we have to meet with some folks like in SFU or other community members, that we're just making those introductions early and building those relationships to establish that for the incoming year. And then also just to pass off some things like in kind of like we're going to be drafting some issues policies. So kind of getting Ishana prepped to what that kind of looks like, how that process goes, and kind of learning like the background stuff as well, just so that they have an understanding if that's something that they want to work on next year. So I think this would be a good opportunity for them, and I'm definitely would be happy to work with them even prior to them going, I guess just from like a training perspective, I guess working one-on-one with them, and then also looping in NIM to kind of support as well for the duration of the term.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Any questions, comments, concerns, or anything else you'd like to make? Go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, this is super awesome. It's a really, really good way to onboard folks, but making sure that it's done in a way where it's not just like 1 month where it's like, here's everything in 1 month, which is so hard. I think we should also like make sure that we keep up this trend too of onboarding folks like way more in advance. Just because it's hard to like know what to do for the rest of the year in 1 month, or like making room for other projects when they could easily just be involved in like a volunteer capacity before it, just to help with getting those done so they can like take on other things. So yeah, I'm really excited for this. This is really cool. So good on you, Matt.
Thank you, Marie. I'll list myself as well. Yeah, I agree. I think this is actually a really smart thing to do, to get to have, if they have capacity to be involved in as an associate VP for the relevant role, so they can automatically start shadowing and working on outgoing projects, or projects they would most likely be handing off to, so they see the value right away. And yeah, so I'm really in favor of this. Any other people on our list? Okay, then it looks like it's exhausted, so we will move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to the next item. Title: Exec Committee Approval for the documents, important updated sub-safety protocols to be aware of. Sorry, I'll re-say that. Exec Committee Approval for important updated sub-safety protocols to be aware of documents. And I will post in chat. Oh, sorry, Marie. Oh, Marie, you want to list first?
Well, first, Jess is just saying that they're removing that motion. I
Oh, so you want to withdraw the
I
motion?
just wanted to amend the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So sorry, I talked over you. My apologies. So just so I have both actions in my head. So Jess wants to remove her motion, so we'll do that after we amend the motion, the agenda for your motion.
Okay.
One motion or two, or?
Just one motion. I'm working on another motion, but we'll put it through email, and then we'll update exec and council on it later, just because I want to put more time into writing it. But okay. Yeah, I'm just moving to amend the motion to add a item titled SFSS Executive Support the Kickstart to the Vancouver Black Library. So I'll just put this in the chat. It's very long, sorry. But let me see if it actually, yeah, I'll have to paste it in chunks. Sorry, one moment. Wow, this is really chunky. I will also put in a doc with this motion just because this is really long. Might be more helpful to read. And I put it in the
Okay. So I'm going to read this out. Give me a minute. Sorry, I'm also getting glaring from the sun coming through my window, office window. So, titled SFS Executive Support the Kickstart to the Vancouver Black Library. Motion reads, whereas the month of February was officially recognized by the House of Commons in 1995 as Black History Month, and this milestone was spearheaded by the Honorable Jean Augustine, the first Black woman to sit in the House of Commons. Whereas the SFS passed a motion on February 1st, 2019 to formally recognize Black History Month, whereas SFS has an issues policy, IP-2, titled Black History Month, supporting the Black community and highlighting achievements outside of trauma and struggle while focusing on Black love, art, and joy. Whereas SFS has an issues policy titled, issues policy IP-8, titled Anti-Racism, that notes that there are systematic barriers that prevent the Black community from reaching their full potential within institutions as a direct result of the exclusion of racialized people from the creation and implementation of space, programs, policies, and practices. Whereas the SFS uses resources to amplify and support the efforts of Black groups doing anti-racism, anti-oppression work. Whereas IP-8 notes that the SFS works to celebrate and amplify Black, Indigenous, and people of color while exploring topics outside of racism and social justice, such as art, athletics, journalism, etc., and supports equity initiatives to reduce disproportionate impacts of anti-Black racism. Whereas what so-called Vancouver referred to as urban renewal demolished the city's first and last Black community, Hogan's Alley, which as a result eradicated identifiable Black neighborhoods, which had great impacts on the community, including but not limited to a lack of Black safe spaces, areas to learn, and the inability to experience the community built through an intersectional lens. Whereas the Van Black Library is a not-for-profit initiative that seeks to raise funds in order to foster a nurturing community environment for Black people in Vancouver in the form of a library. The proposal is a library run by Black organizers dedicated to Black and BIPOC community members. This is space not only to sign out books for free, but that is also intended to be used as a study space, a relaxing and safe space. It caters to the needs of the Black community first and foremost. Moreover, the long-term goal is that the Van Black Library can be a springboard for other initiatives like group therapy, community care efforts in the realm of fundraising, childcare, art exhibitions, poetry readings, book clubs, zine making, and more. Whereas the Van Black Library is requesting funds to cover costs like the studio rental costs for the operation of the library, costs for furnishing, funds for initiatives, and more. Resolved that the SFS Executive Committee allocate $3,000 from line item 824/20 of the Equity and Sustainability Fund in order to support the Van Black Library for Black History Month, but to also amplify and support the need for more safe Black space. And Marie has included a document or attached a document. Thank you, and also a link to GoFundMe for Vancouver Black Library. Thank you very much, Marie, for posting this. I will move into discussion. Oh, sorry, I need a mover and a seconder. My apologies. And sorry, yeah, you're also just amending this to be added to the agenda, correct?
Yes.
Just making sure I didn't get confused on the whole thing. Okay.
No worry, I'm just amending to add this to the agenda, and I assume that we'll probably vote on it later.
Yeah, not a problem. Okay. Any comments on this amendment? please list yourself. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Sorry, that seeing none, that passes unanimously. So that will now move on to the main motion. Sorry, that's the amendment to adding the agenda. So it's added to the agenda. I believe that would actually be the next item. Just double checking. Yes, because Jess has removed her item. So we'll move now to, my apologies. We'll move now to the next item of business, which is, and Jess, you would like to move to table that motion indefinitely, correct? Go ahead, Jess.
We can remove it as a motion, and I can just use it as a discussion item because it's already posted on the internet.
Sure, that would be good. So you move to withdraw the motion and amend the agenda to add a discussion item. Okay, thank you, Jess. I'll move that motion just to make it easier. So I move to withdraw the motion titled Executive Committee Approval for Important Updates, Sub-Safety Protocols to be aware of document. And also then add a new discussion item titled the same way, titled for important updated sub-safety protocols to be aware of document. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Marie. Discussion. Okay, moving to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call you to record your vote. You can pass it saying that. Okay, that carries. So that item has basically been removed as a motion, and we'll move now. It'll be now a discussion item. Okay, we'll move on to Marie's motion, titled SFSS Executive Support, this is a kickstart to Vancouver Black Library. So moving to, do I have a mover for that?
Marie.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, moving into discussion. Since we just talked about this, or just talked about the amendment and stuff, I think it's still it should be clear in everyone's head. I don't have to read through the whole thing again. Please, Marie, would you like to please introduce the motion?
Yeah, so I'm just introducing this. It's a really awesome initiative that I saw recently, especially since Vancouver's in dire need of like some safe space for the Black community to just learn and thrive. Especially since a lot of times, like, we always have continuous conversations about like oppression and discrimination and microaggressions, and we never have, or we never make time or space or put importance on also celebrating. So during Black History Month, which is a super important month that we should also take along within the rest of the year, I thought it would be really important to actually support an awesome initiative by the organizers of the Vancouver or Van Black Library, who are really pushing to instill a more community-based space within Vancouver, which I think is super needed. So just excited about this and excited that as the capacity of a student union that we can contribute to this and also ensure that it's initiated and kicked off properly.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, just wanted to speak in favor for this motion, and thank you, Marie, for getting this to this meeting today. I think it's really essential that we continue to support community members, because I think this is a really big asset, even for like Black community members and like students who are currently here to be able to utilize those spaces even like off campus as well, because we've seen how much this helps just build community capacity. And I think that ensuring that if there are funds available that we can contribute, that we do, especially during like, you know, Black History Month, but even just ensuring that we're supporting these initiatives like ongoing. I also want to note that like we have contributed to a lot of other things like in the past, like we've contributed like amounts of money. And I think that just makes sense to continue ensuring that we're doing that work in a good way to help community members at any capacity, since we do and we can allocate funds to continue doing that. And I think it's really cool. I have seen the posts like online circulating. I have looked into it. It looks really awesome because we do have a lot of Indigenous owned like bookstores and things like that. And then I have seen how much it has supported like the Indigenous community. So I'm glad to see that this will be happening, and that I'm excited to see what will come from it just like within like Vancouver, Metro Vancouver, and to see like events and things like that. So really looking forward to it. And thank you, Marie, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Matt. I just want to list myself to ask a question. Do we know where this, where the location is planning to be for the studio and such? Just so we know how to advertise this to our members.
Yeah, of course. It's a very good question, but this is just like the kickstart to establishing it. They're working on actually bringing in funds for ultimately rent. They're working on like establishing a 12-month long, yeah, just like rental process for them to be able to initiate that. I believe it's going to be in downtown Vancouver. However, let me try to find those details. Yeah, but I believe it's in like central downtown Vancouver. It should be in an accessible spot, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Thank you. I figured it would be there as well, but I just wanted to see. Sorry, any other lists to this? Okay, we'll move into a vote. All in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. That passes unanimously, or carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. That ends new business. We move into some in-camera discussion items and then ex-camera discussion items. I would recommend taking maybe a 10-minute break for everyone to get water and such, and come back at 3:15 p.m. Thank you. Record again. Thank
This
you.
meeting is being recorded.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to move to go in camera for to cover a number of discussion items. Do I have a seconder?
Jess?
Thank you, Jess. Discussion. Okay, all in favor? Seek unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please unmute your mic. Sorry, please use the raise hand feature, and I will call you to record your vote. Seeing none, that carries unanimously. Please stop the recording, and I'll create a breakout room. One second, I'm just checking. Yeah, I'm gonna request management join us for, I think, the first number of items in the camera. So I'll invite you in as well. Hi, everyone. We are not finished with in-camera. We are going to be making a motion to do a couple motions, and then we're to extend, and we're going to go back into camera. So just give a heads up. So sorry, 1 second. First, we have to do a motion to go ex-camera. Marie. Okay, so I move a motion for us to go ex-camera. Do you have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Discussion? Nope. Okay, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. That carries. Okay. First, I'd like to make a move to extend the meeting until 5:30 p.m. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Any discussion on that? Okay. Thank you. I will move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'm calling you to record your vote. That carries. Okay. So the meeting will go till 5:30. Marie, you have a list?
Yeah, I'd just like to amend the agenda with a motion titled funding for SFSS Black History Month events. And I'll put the motion in the chat.
Okay, and I'll read it out. So you move to amend the motion to read titled Funding for SFSS Black History Month events. Motion reads, whereas the month of February was officially recognized by the House of Commons in 1995 as Black History Month, and this milestone was spearheaded by the Honorable Jean Augustine, the first Black woman to sit in the House of Commons. Whereas the House passed a motion on February 1st, 2019 to formally recognize Black History Month. Whereas the SFSS has an issues policy IP2-2 titled Black History Month, supporting the Black community, highlighting the achievements outside trauma and struggle while focusing on Black love, arts, and joy. Whereas IP-8 notes that the SFSS works to celebrate and amplify Black, Indigenous, and people of color while exploring topics outside of racism and social justice, such as arts, athletics, journalism, etc. Supports equity initiatives to reduce disproportionate impacts of anti-Black racism. Whereas VP Equity and Sustainability, Marie Haddad, and VP Events and Student Affairs have initiated a project to hold events to amplify Black History Month not only during February, but during March, in order to ensure that events pertaining to celebrating Black folks and centering the Black community should go beyond just the month of February. Whereas the series will consist of 3 events surrounding around Black History Month and topics touching on identity and how we navigate space, mindfulness, and meditation, and Black joy and excellence. Whereas funds are needed to cover costs for honorariums for speakers to honor their labor, totaling $2,200. Whereas Equity and Sustainability Committee, ESC, has been unable to pass motions through the committee as they have been unable to meet quorum, therefore is unable to have this motion under ESC. Resolved that SOS Executive allocate $2,200 from line item 824/20 of the Equity and Sustainability Fund in order to support this series of events. We have the firm resolved that VP Equity and Sustainability will notify the Equity and Sustainability Committee of this motion at the next formal meeting. Lengthy motion, but good. Okay. That is being amended. That is to be amended to the agenda. Sorry, Marie, you're moving this?
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Do I have a seconder? Chloe, thank you. Any discussion on this amendment to add to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Seeing none, that passes unanimously. That means this item has been added as a new business item, has been added to the agenda, and we will come to it after we finish our in-camera discussions. Okay, just okay. I now move to go back to in-camera. Do I have a seconder? Marie seconds. Thank you. Any discussion items? Just so for clarity, we do have about 2 or 3 more items go. They are pretty important, so we didn't want to extend that to another meeting. Okay, moving to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or sit dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We will go back to in camera. Just 1 second. I just had a direct message from the chat. While you're doing that, I will move people back in. You should all have gotten an invite, so head on over. Okay. Hi, everyone. So we are again moving going next camera to extend the meeting and cleaning up a motion, rescinding and replacing the motion that I made a mistake on, and then go back into in camera because we still have another important item to go through. So first off, I'm going to move go X camera. Be it resolved to go to X camera. Do I have a seconder?
Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Sorry. Okay. Discussion? None. Okay. We'll go to a vote. All in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. That passes unanimously. Moving into, I would like to, how do I point order or amend the agendas? Yeah, I'd like to move to rescind a previously passed motion today related to the SFSS new mode subscription recommendation to council. So I'm moving to rescind and replace that motion with the following motion. And I'll read it out. Whereas the SFSS has used new mode for a number of advocacy projects this year, whereas new mode has multiple types of pricing plans, whereas the president has contacted new mode to discuss options, whereas the SFSS has subscribed to the campaign builder plan in the past, whereas the annual plan for the subscription is above what the executive committee can spend per our bylaws. We resolve that the executive committee approve recommending to the council that the approval and reallocation of up to $6,500 from operating surplus to line item 735/17- under the communications department annual what the hell? Sorry, that's got, I think I typed it out badly.
Take your time. You could also just read it off your doc.
Yeah, well, I copy pasted it over badly. I think I read it off my doc wrong. So the communication department. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll change that. So this is what I am new motion. Okay, the difference is I'll do from the be resolved clause, so that's the only thing that's changed. Be resolved that the executive committee approved the recommending, sorry, I'm just going to fix that again because that's annoying. To the council, so I'll just put in the be it resolved part. Be resolved that the executive committee approved recommending to the council the approval and reallocation of up to $6,500 from operating surplus to line item 735/17- subscriptions for communications department annual campaign builder new mode subscription. Be it further resolved that the new subscription is added and listed in the communication department budget under the subscription line item as a note for future assessed budgets. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Discussion on this amendment. I'm happy to start that. I misunderstood what we needed to do, and so I thought we needed to do a separate line item. Under further consultation with execs and stuff, I realized it was just I could do this more simply and keep it under the current existing line item for subscriptions to the communications department. We just had to make it clear that the budget needs to have added to its notes in the budget descriptions what is included in that line item, as well as we needed to allocate funds from operational surplus to add more room into that line item because it's already directly maxed. It's already will be maxed out. So I apologize for that confusion for everyone. Any questions on this amendment? This repeal and replace motion. Marie?
No, just the change makes sense just because there was an already existing line item, but this, yeah, thanks for doing this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seek unanimous consent. Please use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you'd like to abstain or dissent, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move into a motion to move back into camera to finish off our last in-camera discussion item. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder?
Matt?
Thank you, Matt. Any discussion? Oh wait, my apologies. No, we have to do something first before we move that. We need to extend the meeting. I am so brain dead right now. Okay. So I'm going to roll back. I'm going to withdraw that motion for go into in-camera, and we'll go back to. I would like, forever. I'd like to extend the meeting until. Let's go 7 p.m. just because we have a few extra motions that added that we still have to go back to. I hope we don't have to go here until 7, but it's best to go longer than necessary. Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe. Any discussion on extending the meeting till 7 p.m.? Seeing no added items or no listing, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that's carries. I would now like to move a motion to move back into camera. Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe. Any discussion? Seeing none, move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic. Sorry, please use the raise hand feature if you'd like to abstain or dissent. And I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries. We'll move back in, and I will. Sorry, Ben. I'm going to have this one isn't supposed to be joining in, so I'm going to remove that. Try to remove you. Sorry. It's like an automatic thing for some reason now. So yeah, just cancel that, please. Okay. Hi, everyone. We are back. And I'll move for us to go ex camera. Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe. Discussion? Seeing none, let's move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. We are now back onto our main agenda. Now we move into back to a new business item that was added to the agenda by Marie. Could you repost the whole thing in chat again, because I don't have it as in my notes? Thank you, Marie.
Yes, 1 second. Sorry, give me a second. I copy and pasted the doc somewhere here, but I have it here as well. In the chat, can you see it?
Yep, I will grab it. Just 1 second.
I'll copy and paste it in the chat, but feel free to continue.
Yeah, thank you. I can read it off. Okay, so I will. So this item is titled "Funding for SFSS Black History Month Events." Read out the motion. It's lengthy, but whereas the month of February was officially recognized by the House of Commons in 1995 as Black History Month, and this milestone was spearheaded by the Honorable Jean Augustine, the first Black woman to sit in the House of Commons. Whereas the SFS passed a motion on February 1st, 2019 to formally recognize Black History Month. Whereas the SFS has an issues policy IP-2 titled Black History Month, supporting the Black community and highlighting achievements outside of trauma and struggle while focusing on Black love, art, and joy. Whereas IP-8 notes that the SFS works to celebrate and amplify Black, Indigenous, and people of color while exploring topics outside of racism and social justice, such as art, athletics, journalism, etc. It supports equity initiatives to reduce disproportionate impacts on anti-Black racism. Whereas VP Equity and Sustainability, Marie Haddad, and VP Events and Student Affairs have initiated a project to hold events to amplify Black History Month, not only during February, but during March, in order to ensure that events pertaining to celebrating Black folks and centering the Black community should go beyond just the month of February. Whereas this series will consist of 3 events surrounded around Black History Month and topics touching on identity and how we navigate space, mindfulness, and meditation, and Black joy next month. Whereas funds are needed to cover costs or honorariums for speakers to honor their labor, totaling $2,200. Whereas the Equity and Sustainability Committee, ESC, has been unable to pass motions through the committee as they have been unable to meet quorum, therefore is unable to have this motion under ESC. Resolved that the SFS executive allocates $2,200 from line item 824/20 of the Equity and Sustainability Fund in order to support this series of events. Be it further resolved that VP Equity and Sustainability will notify the Equity and Sustainability Committee of this motion at the next formal meeting. Do I have a mover?
Chloe.
Thank you, Chloe. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Marie, as the person who submitted this motion, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, of course. So me and Jess have been working on not only supporting SOCA with all their initiatives for the Black History Month. They've been putting forward a lot of amazing workshops and events, which is phenomenal. We've also wanted to support in the measures of the SFSS in order to put forward that kind of understanding and that kind of those kinds of events as well. So we have been working with 3 amazing Black leaders and individuals in the community, which we will be posting about soon. But ultimately, we're going to be doing 3 workshops, and one is going to be in February, on the last day of February, just so we can hit it off with like an important note to talk about why we should be taking this just out, not only inside of February, but outside. And then the rest will also be within the March. Sorry, I had to count what was next February, March. Anyways, but yeah, we're gonna be doing that, which is going to be cool. It's going to be centered about identity, how we navigate spaces, how we navigate mental health, and in general, generally within the Black community, and then talking about some other stuff related to joy and excellence. So I'm just happy that we're able to like bring this to the SFSS for students to partake in. Yeah, and I think it's just important that we also provide like payment for the labor, which is super important to do as well when we call on other people to kind of talk about their communities and share about their communities as well.
Okay, great, thank you. If you'd like to add discussion, I've just got part of the discussion. Any questions, comments, concerns? Please list yourself and I'll call on you. I'd like to list myself. I'm very much in favor of this. I think it's a really good idea, especially because we have, what's the word? Especially now that our elections happen, during the first 2 weeks of February, which is start Black History Month, that can cause us to get a little bit distracted, and that this is, ideally we need to do a better job for next time around. But I think it also makes sense to do more than just a month, like just like this is the only period, and then after February 20th happens, we go silent. That's not right. And I think that we should do multiple events and break out of just the standard, okay, here's the month and that's it. That's all we have to care about. That's not right. Thanks. Serena, go ahead.
Thank you, Corbett. Yeah, I just wanted to echo that, what you said, basically. I'm in favor of this, and I think it's great that we're practicing celebrating Blackness outside of just Black History Month, and having that go into March as well. And then it kind of just puts folks into the perspective where it's something that we can think about all the time, like what events can we do to support the Black community, Indigenous communities, any POC communities, etc. So I'm definitely in favor of this, and I'm looking forward to it. Many thanks to Marie and Jess for setting this up. You're muted, Corbett.
Thank you. I forgot that I muted myself. Thank you, Serena. Is there any other comments? Matt.
Yeah, I just want to say shortly, thank you, Marie, for organizing this, as well as other folks who helped out. I just think it's like really important that we take the time to do this and make sure that the work is ongoing. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any other comments? If not, we can move to a vote. Okay, looks like the speaking list is exhausted. Alma says it's also very important to hear from people who will further expand on our knowledge of Black history. Thank you for organizing the honorariums. So thank you for the comment, Alma. Okay, I'll move on to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, I will please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. The only items now remaining are just in regular external discussion items. Give me 1 minute to look at them. They're listed as IRSS and KIN tuition waiver, PHO guideline updates, Black History Month events and workshops, donation for referendum questions, SFSS response to SFU 2022-2023 budget, SFSS election referendum next steps. Being that it's, you know, very late already, we've had this meeting for a long time. I do a little bit more of an open, what can be, is there anything that can be postponed? So I don't have a list of who's submitted what right now. I'll just go down the list. So the Indigenous the tuition waiver, Matt, I believe you submitted that.
Yeah, I wanted to move to postpone my discussion items until the next meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to go through the list and see if we can do it something in batches. Right. So the PHO guidelines update, that was Jess submitted. She's not here, and I think we could actually discuss this offline because they've been emailed out already. The Black History Month events and workshops, that was assuming Jess also submitted that. Or Marie, did you submit that?
Sorry, what was it?
The Black History Month events and workshops. So maybe it's just a discussion of what you did, the motion you just passed, maybe.
It might be pertaining to SOCA, but I submitted the funding for SFSS Black History events and then the other one.
Okay, no, I think it's just a duplicate, maybe. Okay, so we can pull that as well. Donations from referendum questions, that's, I can pull that. We have a discussion later. SFS response to SFE 2020/2023. Also, I just want to say that I've emailed out the budget that we could receive from Aaron, and we just need to meet to discuss what our response is going to be. We have to do it by, we have to reply in writing by March 2nd. So got about a week, just over a week time to respond. The SFSS election referendum next steps, that's a bigger discussion topic, and I think we should do that. We can hold a special meeting on that, I think. Because there's a number of action items that will come out of that. So I think we can postpone postpone all these for next meeting. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move to postpone all remaining. Let me double check. See what. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. So I move to postpone all remaining discussion items until our next meeting on March 8th. Do I have a seconder?
Marie.
Thank you, Marie. Discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain as dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And I'm just double check there's no other like announcements or anything that I need to do. Announcements, SOP completion reminder. This is from, I believe, from Ella and Dee. They really need, if you haven't had your sit down or submitted a final list of SOPs, they need to get done. It's important because those are really important as part of the transition. So please schedule your time with BD to finalize this. And anything else? Adjournment. Be resolved to adjourn the meeting at 6:23 p.m. Do I have a move to that? I move that. Do you have a seconder?
Matt?
Thank you, Matt. Discussion? Sorry, just a quick question. Sorry, I didn't see your list, Marie, earlier, but we can talk about it later, I think, offline.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, no discussion on adjournment, so go to votes. All in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you would like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call you to record your vote. Okay, seeing none, that carries unanimously. Thank you all for coming. That was a very long meeting, but a lot of core important things got done for both motions and important in-camera discussion items. So I hope all of you can have a bit of a break tonight and rest, and have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. We can stop the recording.